All right, we're back. We crashed, as you do, as you do. Wish we had a easier way to scale the whole thing. Oh, the scaling's not working. Interesting. That should scale. There we go. Oh, easier to change this way anyway. There we go. Okay. Hi. I'm a little Theo. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. It's so long. I got a worm. You got a worm. Hello? Hi. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's switch over to layout. I think we've got things positioned nicely. And now we can actually start placing things and getting them ready. Bastard. I started though. Thank you. Group of three and then three evenly spaced. So do this. There. There. Trusting the rotation is not what I'd like it to be here. That's bad. Still seems misaligned. Let's go back to here. Take our curve. Clear the tilt. Tilt on that. So what would we expect with zero tilt? Just take this. So we get an idea of the directionality of it. Yeah, see, it's still oriented globally. This direction should be pointed a little differently. So the normal will be, actually the normal's pointed away. Tangent is forward. Doop doop. Okay. So I guess when we pivot, just mute this really quick. It's almost correct. I guess we would want to do that. That should be better. It is. Duplicate. We want it here, but we'd want to rotate it on the Z 180 degrees. That. Move it down, forward. Maybe move this one back a little ways. Get some better spacing. It looks good. I'm honestly quite pleased with how it's all going. So pretty similar, group of 4, 5, scaled oddly. Okay. So let's first get organized. Move the tooth over here. So starting with this bad boy, we're going to add our UV proxy, which is got some ridiculous names, so we'll actually just copy it from this object over here. Do it before the mirror. Guess it doesn't matter. Be a little easier to work with when it's at the end, so do that. We'll boom, boom, bam. Then we'll take all the teeth. Let's save and go over to GeoNode Master really quick. And we're going to add a switch to the geometry. And this one will be called Enable Gizmo. Cool. You know what? Let's actually both. Copy to selected. All right. Turn off the lower one again. Now we just want to sample these one at a time. Third. This one's the fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. we can get rid of that one. Okay. Good. Now for the lower mouth, start assigning proxies. Okay. Let's close it for all of them. It is so annoying to have to. Perfect. Powerful, beautiful, exceptional. We're going to go ahead and just hit stack, stitch, unfoldify. I don't think that's what I wanted. I wanted to hit stack and sort. All right, let's turn off source objects, grab all of our UV islands. Beautiful. So we can see here, this is really all we have left. It's all the teeth. Oh wait, these are teeth as well. It's okay. They're gonna be like slightly disordered no matter what. All right, we have one big object here that's still not proxied. I don't know which one this is. Is that still the mouth? It is the tongue. And yeah, I would want a proxy for that one too. Why? Because then I don't have to change the source. Makes it much easier to deal with. These should be teeth. The teeth are in the source objects folder. This is the wrong spot for them. Still missing the teeth. No, that one needs to go back. It's a tooth source. All right, there we go. Missing a few. There. I don't even know what that is there. Okay, I'm going to rearrange this again. They're all slightly different sizes. I don't like that. Stack, selected only. Then we can do our sort. Not quite sure how big these should be. Go with that. Well, these are all lined up. Only vertically that they. It's annoying too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Now that looks good. Okay. We're doing good. I'm very excited with how this is going. Need to figure out where this is, or what that is. It's the gums. The gums, I actually... We'll just move them manually. Oop. I don't think that's what I'll want to do long term. Long term, I think I would also want a proxy for this. Proxies for everything. All source objects would have a normalized UV map that I could then change downstream. But it's okay. All right. Very cool. Things are looking super good. Look how clean these maps are. Okay. So now we can hide UV proxies and we're left with the objects that we actually need to export. And now they're all UV mapped nicely. The eye we will most likely need to change. I can see some sort of error here. Does not appear here. Only here. Usually a bevel would do that. Ah, merge by distance. So that does help, but we would only want to join where it's attaching to the attach. So only the ones in here. So let's save that really quick. Back to GeoNode. That'd be our instance or attach to selection. Here, when we merge, we use this switch, which is okay, but it requires some more options. be like that. Vertex count is not changing. Unfortunate. Not changing here either. So I did something wrong. Change this. Oh no, it's just the normal distance. There we go. It's not updating all the time, but it is changing. Okay. So the merging is working. Is it working with this? No. So I think what we would have to do is capture the selection. I'm going to get rid of that. It does change, so something about this. Maybe we should do an or. Okay. Back to here. Yay. No. What's this? It's nothing that we're selecting, so it must be something getting added on. Probably should bevel before the mirror. Oh, okay. I just had it turned off, adding the tail. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're back to looking amazing. And these dots here, those are the objects we're joining. Right. So let's add some exporting. So we'll go to FBX. We're going to switch this to our Substance Painter collection. Hit Shift Alt S. Oops. Darn. Don't want that incremental one, but that's okay. Meant to just open this, grab the path, delete this. Okay, boom, FBX, Substance Painter 2. We're sending it. That's why I copied the path. Sending it over here. Nug. Body. Yeah. .fps. Oh, low poly. Accept. All right. Now we can just export all collections. That exports our object. Should look like this. Awesome pizzazz. We will want to add some options to move the eyes and the teeth and tongue out of the body. We'll also want to be able to open the mouth. All of those things should be pretty doable. Yeah, it's almost noon already. I'm just flummoxed. Flying time. Okay. So do offset selection, but drop that right on the eye. That ended up on the eyebrow. Get rid of it on the eyebrow. It's just on the eye. We call this bake position. And I can go up. Make sure we're selecting everything. Move that up. Oh. Dang, this is cool. So, kind of an interesting little issue here. What's cool about the high poly objects in Substance Painter is that you can export them separately and then combine them together later. Hello, Pablo. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Let's just do the tongue first, because I know all of these are going to need them. Been a while, lol. It has. Do you have a good holiday season? Holidays are cool. Holy days. Holy days and holidays. It was a holy day holiday. Took the break to chill out, but I also learned ZBrush a ton. Hey, that's awesome. ZBrush is super fun. They came out with an iPad version recently. I guess I could just make a duplicate, and then we could just add a delete geometry one. So when we want to disable the bake, we do that, and it'll delete it there. But if I delete it here, again, it messes up that shrink wrap. So I would just want this eyeball to be in a different place, different folder. Cool Dragon, thank you. Been learning tons of fun stuff, fun little tools I've made myself. You might get a kick out of this. So this is, I don't know if I've ever seen this before, but I made some systems. So like on my hand here, you notice how the fingers are not there in edit mode. That's because they're automatically getting attached via geometry nodes. So if I adjust the hand here, actually turn these on. If I adjust the hand, these are automatically going to move with the model that I'm making. Super useful. I'm doing that with the toes as well, and then I'm placing the claws dynamically. I just wanted to show it off because I made some really cool systems, I think. I haven't really seen anywhere else. So I'd want this one. Space. Oh, that's, oops, that's the actual eye. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, a lot more fun to be had with that. I feel like just scratching the surface of how powerful geometry nodes will be for me. I see. I would just want to sample these. Yep. Those will be eyes low. Yeah. And then normal eyes low. Equal to eyes placed. And we'll actually move this into the source objects. A little confusing there, but it will work. Get rid of this one now. It won't get exported. Cool. So there's our everything in bake position. Everything looks like it's named properly. Go ahead and export again. Save again. Beautiful. Okay. So we're going to save this. We're going to make a backup copy. Now I'll try playing with ZBrush to make something else. Good luck. Being better at rigging bundles for Roblox. Hey, that's awesome. Good. Anyone else for playing ZBrush? Well, good luck with ZBrush. Thanks for the good luck wishes yourself. And I'm glad you're still chipping away at learning and stuff. That's good. That's very good. And we'll do pre-body. Save. Excuse me. Okay. So with the low poly selected, we'll go over to scripting. I don't know why it's chugging right now, but with the low poly selected, got all these scripts we could use, and we'll add another. Which we'll call something for the high poly. Create high-res proxies. Yep. So I believe we'd want body, low poly, body, high poly. Save. We did just make a backup. Okay. So that should have made objects for everything in our high poly folder and renamed them. The only things we seem to be missing are our teeth. So let's look here. And it must be the name here. So if we rename these and do that again, it should fix these. So let's just go in order. Be a little goofy, but we'll do. Actually, I'll take all these. I'm going to copy the name to selected. And we'll rename it. 1. All right, so nice as that goes in order, so it'll be easier to track them down later. We'll start with this first one, and we'll just rename it to upper 0 low. And, oh, sorry. Lower 0 low. Copy. Go here. Paste. Delete that. Copy with it deleted. So 1, 2, sorry, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that was 9. All right, save that again and hit play again. Now we should have the high poly proxies created. Yes, we do. It looks beautiful and powerful. Now, we have to do some more cleanup on our high poly. But we've made some significant headway. All right. Excuse me. For the high poly, first, let's actually switch our shrink wrap to be pointed at the high poly body. Then we can turn up our subdivision. Okay, and then we can actually just turn up. It's like everything already got subdivided one level. That's beautiful. That one's a little too crunchy, I think. We can't put weighted normals on the high poly. It's not like that. Well, that looks like it's in pretty good shape. So we'll go to the next part. First, just recoloring these. Then select here. Boom. We want to do Subspacer V2 collection. We want to go here. We want to open up the correct folder. Accept, save, and export. Save. All right. Baking. We did actually get to baking today. Awesome. I was hoping we would. Feel like our speed is picking up a little bit. Got past a lot of the technical things I wanted to develop. Should have made a new one. All right. Switching to bake mode. So now let's add our high poly. Boom. We're going to match by mesh name. We'll be baking at 2048. Mesh name. Let's make sure on ambient occlusion we have by mesh name enabled, but we don't really have to worry about that. Okay, looks like we're missing a few teeth. Now it makes sense because we didn't update our low poly when we renamed. Beautiful. Okay, so just two now, body plates and tooth upper eye. Okay, so for the body plates, pretty easy. They just actually need to be named exactly like the body. Plates, plate scale. Okay. And would ignore the back face, but I do want to make sure the ambient occlusion is going to bake, so that's fine. Next would be that tooth. Tooth upper. This is a duplicate. Save. Back here. Cool. Everything's matching. We can do once you actually have everything assigned by mesh name, when you do the automatic cage, it is almost perfect. I've very rarely had issues once you do the mesh name and then you do the automatic in that order. Okay. Very cool. Hello, Kabar. Welcome. Let's actually go back really quick to the baking. Make sure that on our ID, we're using vertex color. Save. Bake again. Good to see you online. I'm back. Back from the holidays. Hope you had some good holidays yourself. Just slap in the color here, our nug. Interesting. ID. Have this map right here. Color map from mesh nug body. Oh, searching the wrong spot. Nug. ID. Ooh. The horns look bad. But let's make sure we're at 2048, which is the full resolution. We're still missing the chin spikes, so we'll have to go back and add those. Probably do them as completely separate objects because I'm lazy and it's easy. That looks good. Ooh, yeah, the scales are looking mighty fine. Good. Back to baking. What happens if I bake at 4K? Set this down to here, save. Bake this at 4K, save. Now when we look at it in 2K, okay, these edges are a lot less aliased, and there's more we can do as well. Let's also go to layers here. We'll set our base roughness to 0.75. I think we'll actually have just a base level of metal, maybe like 0.2. Just very slightly metallic right from the get-go. Base. Let's make a. Let's wait for it to load. Make a template flat. Georgia for New Year, and I'd like your New Year. I hope you have wonderful moments, successful. Thank you, Kabar. Thank you. Same to you. Hope you're having an amazing start to 2026. Wow. It flew by. It sure flew by, didn't it? I would like life to go just a little slower. A little slower. Hello, Ubaid. Welcome. Hello. Been a while, Ubaid. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back. Late scales. And we got a bot there too. I'll get that in a little bit. Very nice. Okay. I'm enjoying that. Let's make the character a little bit rougher. Or sorry, smoother actually. And then we'll push out that roughness with a curve AO. And let's also enable ambient occlusion. And let's just disable these really quick. Switch to a mask view. Play around with this. Well and also not well. Well, feel you there. Go to 3D blur. Not as smooth as I'd like. We'll do another blur on top of that. A blur on a blur. I'm gonna blur the blur while I blur. Blur! And we'll actually only take out the roughness this time. Just want to have some variation in where the fall off happens. So that's with, without. Very subtle right now. Bring the color back. Definitely need to open up the mouth. And let's make a layer for the boss. $2026. Really hoping that I'll be making some new headway this year. Some projects and stuff like that. Oh, my jaw hurts. Something's really weird here. Is it some overlap or something? This should be baking a lot better. Excuse me. All right, back to Blender. Let's review this a little bit. So when we're looking at our object, we can solidify, which we do. So we could subdivide again, just to pull apart the overlap and give those some nice edges. That should look nicer. The horn, or sorry, the scales here, we need to change the UV map so there's no overlap. You need a front and back side. Let's export again. Much better. Yeah, that looks so good. Nice. Cool. All right, let's add like a I don't know, skin. this afterwards, so might be a mistake, but I'm doing it. Something like that. And we can actually just get rid of color for the moment. We'll do a little bit of height. Just want like a variation. Let's go down. I'll decrease the roughness. We'll also change the balance. And increase that tiling again. Maybe even more. Just gives it a nice tactile feel, though it does come through on the plate tails, as I spelled it. I am going okay. I am too stressed. Well, hopefully things ease up for you. I relate to that. Holidays are always a little stressful. As much as we wish they wouldn't be, I always get a little stressed out by them. Awesome. Okay. Pop open the reference. So the main difference is we've got some dark gradients to add. We'll actually use our planar gradient base. We'll call these body gradients. And we'll match the color. Though you can't see it, I am clicking it off screen. Quite dark. And it should just be color, just color. And take the gradient. We'll rotate it. Sound effects are important. Placing things. Otherwise, how do you know you're doing it right? Goes all the way up to the elbow. Add a color selection here, sample this, set it to subtract. I think it's a little too dark for my taste. I want it to be, I want some of that green to come through. Let's reset the rotation. that's pretty much what it should look like. All right, we do have some glowing elements. I have a question about that, but blind. Okay, what's going on with our horn here? Here it is on the map, but we can see that there's some odd stretching. It looks like it's getting compacted down here rather than being evenly spaced. So back to here. The high poly shouldn't make a difference because the mesh is the same. But UV proxy, sample curve factor. So that has to be where it's going wrong on the sample curve factor. I see. It's overlapping too. Excuse me. That is an open question. How to get the horn properly unwrapped. We'll also need to open up the mouth for baking. Hopefully that plays nice. Okay. 1207. Okay, let's get this into Unity so we can start taking a look at it in Unity. And I'd also like to get the wings set up to start baking too. This might take a little bit. I'm going to go to the restroom. When I get back, we'll continue. Lie. I guess I'm going to keep working while I'm sitting here. Cool. And then let's select the end where we're attaching things. We'll actually be removing those vertices. Thanks, merge. Now do this. Okay. Should unwrap. And say it failed, so where's my UV map? These want to go left and right. Point to two, pin them, square them. So let's close this one up. We could go up to this corner. This one. a good chance I will redo that. Excuse me. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom. All right, back again. Again. Hello, hello. Wow, my hair looks funny. I don't know if that's much better, but whatever. Okay, so we're gonna go. We do want to make a template folder, so let's make a new folder, which we'll call blue. And then create a folder for VR chat. Actually, delete that. Deleting in Unity takes 1,000,000 billion years. Delete. VR chat. And then we'll open up my tool, which is the rename file. This is the folder. All right, let's show in Explorer. Copy this. We're going to export the textures to that same folder. FBX textures. Select B11, 4K, 2K. Export and save. All right. So, cool. That same path. Go here, make a new folder called exports. This one will be purple. 8. VR chat, that should probably be fine. Excuse me. Make a plane called body. And what we'll do is add that modifier geo. And we'll want the whole collection of body low poly objects. We just want to make sure that's disabled. Place. Okay. We don't have any sort of Auto Rig Pro objects currently. So just do this export manually for the moment. And I'd love some automated auto rig exports. I don't know how to do that just yet. So FBX, let's do collection here. Nug. Yeah. Cool. And we'll make a full material. Nug body. We can add that to the materials here. Nug body. Apply. So start dropping things in. Boom. 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 Most importantly, reflection specular. A little bit of wobble there. Let's make sure that when we're exporting, we're adding triangulate, fix, alternate, keep normals. Very important. We have triangulate. Okay. We'll take these, we'll do higher quality compression. Do we want an outline? I don't know. I don't think so. We'll try it. First, though, add in some shadowing. Oop. Very nice. Light data, let's make sure on the minimum brightness it's set to 0.1. And just to see. Boom. Kind of good. A little strong. That looks kind of nice. Not sure about that yet. Okay. So much more to do, but we're making some excellent gains in productivity. We're going to use a tiling texture for the tail. Need some beam pads, I think. I guess dragons don't really have beam pads. All right, looking pretty good. Could be a little bit shinier. Yeah, there we go. Just the tiniest smidge of green. Just one, like literally just a little bit. You do a full, getting rid of that blue, the Unity blue. Anything else? I want a nicer shadow around the plates. Copy this color selection. Switch to the mask view. What we'll do is a bevel filter. Set it to inverse subtract. Push it out. We get this nice fall off. And then we can actually smooth it uniformly. Need to paint out just a few little gaps there. No, that's okay. Make it dark. See, that is way too strong. Right, let's go to base color. Okay. You can actually get some roughness pushed out as well. Be a little bit ambient occlusion in there. And we could even go so far as to add some height. Push it down a little. But if we do that, then we will need an ISO filter to make sure that's nice and soft. Okay, and we'll do lots of little tweaks like that. Lots of little changes. Liking it. I am liking it. So we can either add the glow, because is a glow on all of our scales here. We can either add the glow through the ID map, which I think makes the most sense because it's going to be hard to mask out these sections perfectly. We have the geometry, and if I adjust them later, it will get really tricky because then I'd have to adjust them basically twice, and that's going to be too annoying. So I don't want to have it be just in the texture. We're going to need to clean up some of the wobbliness of the plate scales as well. Mostly this one right here. This is the little divot. Okay. The tricky part is that it's how we're going to mask sections, because I could do a material selection. It'd probably be easiest to just do another cut though. Like so. Then we could go to vertex paint and we'll just sample the color. Directly. A little bit lighter. Somewhere around there. Something. I have to redo my selection. But this is looking pretty good overall. Can I get it any closer? Not really. Well, I can just by moving it. If I just push it up without trying to slide it up. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, well, there's our game plan. Okay. That one's interesting. Am I overrode it again? Like a fool? And selecting right in the middle. Cool. Let's try it with just this. I don't want to get too far down the road before knowing if it's going to work. And do this color too. So that should get both of them. So now we have them both selected. That's odd. Not sure what that is. That's right where the seam happens, so it must be my curveo. Plate shadow and curveo are leaving a big gap there, and that's because our color selection would be broken again. So I think we'll just instead add an anchor point here, and then because that way, whenever I adjust it, it gets updated automatically. Okay, so move. And we'll do glow. Make it the right color. Basically be that with an emission of the same color. Add a selection and color. Yay! Pure glow or color as well. Do both for now. And we'll also add a fill set to that same anchor point, and we'll set this one to multiply, so that will keep it within the boundary there. And we'll use a different method to fill in the other ones here. I think for the blur, it's too strong. Just want to kind of soften the edge and then actually move them around in order to push them much more. Okay. Cool. Let's see what that looks like in Unity. Boom, boom, boom. Go to nav body. We do have a special effects emission. And we'll drop that right there. Set it to white. Cool. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. Push it too far. All right, do this quick. Do cuts for all these ones. Move them up. Select them. Boom, 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 boom. Vertex paint, set. Then grab them again. Making some furry gore. Hello. Welcome, ZXC Voidal. Welcome. We're just doing some avatar creation currently. Bam, bam, bam. So we're baking. We got our character in here getting baked, and then we have the Unity version. And we're just setting up more of these glowing elements because we're going to need quite a few. Quite a few. There's like, there are definitely more to be made. In fact, let's start on those now. I'm going to do Shift Tab. Okay. Boom. Rotate it. All right. Let's subdivide. Shrink wrap. We'll do above the surface. 0.001. Turn up that subdiv a few more times. M at center. We're looking good now. Invert and crease, so we get a nice sharp look for the curve. Amazing work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm not sure if anyone's interested out there, but I'm open for commissions. So if anyone wants to get in the queue, you know. It's a little bit bigger, and a sharper looking. Yep, and then I forgot the important part, to mirror it. Now these ones have to have the same name as the body. And we'll call this skin stripes. And most importantly, we will add ignore back face on that one. Well, also, actually, I don't know if I need to do that because it doesn't do data transfer very well. Now, shade smooth. Make sure they're oriented properly. Cool. And let's add a color. So go here, or store vertex. So make sure we have attribute in order to save. And what color do we want? We actually are going to use something bizarre because we just want to be able to make a selection. It should blend just fine. It will blend just fine. I know it will. Boom. And let's do these other stripes really quick. Just block them out. Good. Okay. So let's put this in body high poly. Export again. Save. All we would need to rebake at the moment is the ID map. So bake. Boom. Turn here. And now we can replace that. We have the glow. We'll call this one glow dash scales. See the glow on the rest of the tiles. Though okay, we actually need to rebake everything. Boom, 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 boom. Save. Let's lower the resolution of the viewport so we don't crash. Better. Okay. I'm enjoying this. Let's make another template flat. This one will be glow body stripes. And we can just add a color selection, grab the color, boom. We'll up the tolerance to make sure that we're filling in this little edge here. Maybe a little bit more. Even more. All right. Okay, and then looking at this one, this is the color we want, so I will to copy it. So can I copy it? So just here. Cool. And we'll just want an emission of the same color. That. I'm going to duplicate this, put this below, and this one will just be body stripe blue mascot. Goofy name, but that'll allow us to adjust our other one here, play with it, and still keep the blue mascot. Let's actually do one additional thing. Filter, bam, copy that and put it. Okay, much smoother. Then we can blur. Like that. A little too strong. Maybe even lower that a little bit. Or we'll do two blurs. Do the first one, make it nice and soft. Second one, fall off. Pretty good. One additional thing is actually, I kind of do want the glow to go up scales. Kind of looks like it's casting light there. I like that. I like it. The stripes are way too big currently. They're thick. Should be a bit thinner. But overall, looking pretty darn good. A noise. A noise. All right. Do 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 do. Should be nice and dark in there. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. So for the bottom here, we do actually want scales that'll go all the way over to bottom of the butt. There's a gap or something right there. Right here. So that would probably be some sort of issue with the UV map. There's a big stretched quad there. A lot of stretched quads here. This whole section might knife cut. If I knife cut this, then I can relax the spacing here. Okay, let's do that. So take this, boom, do it. Yeah, I'll do it right here. Boom, 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 and enter. Missing one connection there. Up. Why can't I connect that? There we go. And here, just close that. So that way we still are using only quads. We basically just added some extra resolution. Okay, now I take this spot here. Just gonna try to pull it over. Okay. Look at that on the UV map. I don't know why I can't select things. Let me select things sometimes. That would be here, be one of these. Looking at it here, this is definitely the issue right there. So when we subdivide, I'm surprised it moves so much despite it being a pinned. These are pinned, that's pinned. So why is it still getting pulled down? It's because of this. Because this goes over so far. I could cut it. That would be this one right here. If I did a slice right there, it fixes it. Right. So, a few other things to fix up for our UV maps. Let's turn on our source objects. Go to layout. We'll need a UV edit, so stay here. Switch this one to 2D viewport. So our little tube here, a nice tube. We're going to mark this as a seam. There. That won't change. Okay. It's going to be a little goofy. So right now we used this sample curve factor. We tried to use the curve that it's getting deformed along to set the Y position, but it is breaking. We don't like how that looks. So the issue is, if I turn this off, it's overlapping. However, before we put it on a curve, it is still in this position, like so. And it is already unwrapped properly. What I would want is to take the Y value from negative to positive, negative, positive. So we're gonna remap the Y range, the UV map Y, based on the Y position. That's the thought. Let's see how it goes. And we'll call this remap UV map by position. Okay. And so we'll take we'll just remake what we had. So we'll take a cylinder. No cap fill. We'll rotate it on the X 90 degrees, the Y 90 degrees. Sorry, no, I do want it to be on the X. And then we'll add an array. Really wish I could turn off the gizmo. And so now we can see that we just have the original one. The more sections I add, the more overlap there should be. There's overlap. So now let's add our new modifier. Map UV map by position. Here's what we'll do. We're going to store a named attribute. This will be a 2D vector on our face corners. And UV map, what we start with. And that's what we're actually going to be as well. So let's grab it, start, vector, and if we plug it back in, nothing will have changed. Good. Now we're going to get some stats. So the first stat we want, I guess we'll just grab the position. And be per point for now, that's fine. What we want are the min and maxes separated. We'll need a map range node. We're gonna combine with Z, and we'll also separate just the position itself together. That's kind of how it's going to work. We have the minimum Y. And the maximum Y. We do want to put it on 0 to 1. That value would be the separated position going in there. Then we'll replace this Y. We'll just replace it. And we should be able to view this with a UV checker material. And yeah, we can see that we are in fact changing it. So it's denser because it repeats each segment. Now we're taking each segment and mapping it just to the normal UV bound, UV range based on the Y position. Cool. That should be all we really need. But we do want to mix this vector. We'll do it non-uniform. Set everything to 0 to start with. So our original vector is just the original UV map. Have our combined vector. And we will even do the X value should we so desire. We don't really want to, but we could. Not what we're doing right now. The Z doesn't even matter. It's the 2D vector. This is what we'd put in here. This is what we'd want to use to adjust it. So let's give it a shot. Put that before the curve. That worked well. All right, I'm very tempted to review that in Substance Painter, but we'll get it. We'd be getting ahead of ourselves. What I need to do now is adjust the UV map for these ones. And that's going back to our source objects. This one. So this is our current UV map. The issue is we solidify it after it's been arrayed and placed on the character. same issue we have with this one. I think we'll need to actually make the full object. Hmm. I don't really want to do that. I would love to still have this source object, make a procedural. It's so annoying to have to commit to decisions. I always want to be able to go back and change things. Always. All right, then let's just review our one change for now. Should be here. Refresh the mesh. Save. Mode. Bake. It's good. Look at that. Ooh, tasty. Still some oddity. Let's review just the ID map directly. Don't see that there. See that here, but I do have some really weird. Oh, they're not merged. There's a little gap there. Funny. That'd be in source objects. That would be these ones not lining up. Any other gaps? All right, and seeing that this edge, that must be from something else. Probably the shadow or this one. It's not in the base color, on the height. Roughness. Why roughness? We have both sides. We're mirroring them here. We are mirroring again. Not doing anything with the UV maps though. The remapping the UV should only be affecting the Y. You can see the full unwrap here. There's no overlap. We'd be able to see stray vertices flying around. This is the user input map. Again, on these ones, I don't see any sort of issue with curvature, so it has to be something we painted in. Indeed, it's the horns. For the horns, do I just not have a full selection here? I guess not. Will that do it? All right, switching back to height so we can set some height here, set it to replace, get rid of that skin texture. Overall, looking pretty nice. Just need to get rid of that gap and maybe add a bevel to our poly. Got rid of the gap here. Export that again. My poly. We can go here. Up that subdiv. It's pretty strong. We got this very sharp little indent there. It does look pretty good. Save. Bake. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to find a way to get rid of. Oh, yeah. Some of that sharper edge, but they're definitely looking very good now. Yeah, that's fixed too. Good. Here. Bam. 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 I export too. Excuse me. Should have. Excuse me. Cool. Very, very cool. Let's go to uh, Orion, because Orion has a texture, the body, this eye right here. I'm going to copy that because I know that is actually a PSD file that we can edit. And this will make things a little easier to just jump straight into. Green, 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 green. We'll kind of make it a bit more circular. And we'll disable this one. We'll make the main stroke thinner. Let's go 9, half the size. Okay, well, that's the outer glow that's really doing the most of that. And let's save this, delete this. Zoom way in, oh, zoom way in on my reference image. Sample this. So now we have the colors. Nice and set up, ready to be sampled. This one's got an outer glow. Save. Oh. Save. Boom. Now body, we'll go to, this is not going to work properly at first because we have not set up any decals. So let's just do that. Boom. Base color. We'll make a layer at the very top called masks. And empty. Here we'll do user 0. Go to texture set settings, enable user 0. And this one is the only one using it, except for the base, which will set it black. Base is 0, 1, just need to select. Save, export. Save again, back to here. On the special effects, global data, global masks, global mask, textures, boom. Mask 1 goes here, fix now. Now we go to decal 0, we can make sure we are masking 1R, because that's where we set it. We can put our texture here, set it to 1. Should work. Can I mesh this and inspect it? Yes, I can. That is not what I want. I don't want it down there. I want it to fill up the UV channel as it should. So that would be this placed object. Just going to move there. So now we're creating this UV map attribute from the first UV map. But this one's still adjusting both of them? That shouldn't be how that works. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. I do want 0 here. And I just need to figure out why this one is not changing. So the moment I have an additional UV map attribute, it seems to kind of lose its shit. Can I just reload the file? Will that fix it? Oh, excuse me. This is our UV proxy. Should be changing the map. I don't understand why that would affect the second UV map. It really shouldn't be affecting it. It should only be able to affect the first one. So I can see this one here, just faintly. it should be sampling this object here, which has the UV map way over here on the edge. Shouldn't have this, it should just be that. Okay. No change. We have full selection. Let's actually subdivide this a bunch of times. Let's do one of these for that. Boom, boom. Now we can really see where it is. Sort of. Interesting. So it really doesn't want to do anything with the UV map unless there's only one. It seems to get confused. Now our node is overall pretty simple. Ugh. So we're selecting all the attributes via named attribute. If I add one, it still says selecting it, but I don't see any sort of change. Oh, okay. When I was making it, it was moving my selection down here. So this one looks fine. In fact, let's do another one. These, duplicate. But so I'm gonna move down over. Let's move to the other side. Okay. And then we can add another one of these, but set it to 0.001 and sample this other one. So when I look at the second UV map, this time I'm definitely not getting it to update. The first UV map is unaffected though, that's good. Okay, but now that I've added a second UV map to the one getting sampled, it's working. Okay, so we need a UV map on both objects. That seems to be the issue. So we need UV map there, UV map there, and more importantly, on the sampled one, we also have our UV map. So when we do dish, UV proxy, oh, okay, it's down there now. For our second UV map should be unaffected. It is affecting both of them. It's annoying. Even though on the source, we go to UV map 01, it's filling up that whole space. So both of our UV maps are getting put down. Why? I have a feeling it has something to do with the fact that we're sampling them. Oh, interesting. I do have replace original on. Okay. Ah, goofy. Very goofy. Why don't we just do a second one? So I'm going to take this one. I'm going to duplicate it. Reject bounds. Shrink them very slightly. And then on this one, we'll just Interesting. What happens if I disable this one? What is going on? Something weird is happening. That's for sure. I duplicate this and mesh it. Okay, one more way I can test, see exactly what the issue is. I think it's the geometry input that's the issue. We can copy these two selected, look at just this one, see what's happening. It's also getting overwritten, but it's maintaining. It's here. Yeah, maybe we don't do the proxy here. We're just going to do the proxy on the base one. Oh, okay. I think I see what's going on. It's the viewport preview that's breaking, because if I have the first one selected and I have the second map selected, when I click here, I see it on both of them. But if I select the first one and go back to my other object and select both of them, then it's just the first one. So hopefully the data is surviving properly, and it's just the viewport here that it's breaking. Fingers crossed. Try one more time to that. I moved the eye to smooth. No, it's still there. Good. Excuse me. Actually, I'm going to go to the source objects really quick. And okay, this is the first map. Let's do the average scale and good. This one should be exportable. No change. Change. I'm exporting to the right spot, right? This is work in progress. It is not the right spot. Unity. Hey, there we go. A little cross-eyed right now. But we do, in fact, have the eye texture. We'll need to bring in the ridge, or we could rotate the eyes. It always feels weird when we don't have like a frontal expression. We're very used to seeing up the front. So, okay, good. 147. I want to call it here. Ugh. No. But I'm going to grab a snack. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, 32.7. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here. Keep working. Okay. So, what we really need to do is fix the eyebrows and stuff. Interesting. They will actually bake pretty poorly because they're not separate objects. But we still need to figure it out. So these here, this one and the eyebrow, initially we set it up so that after we do the array, we shrink wrap, subdivide, and solidify. What we need to move to the original source object is the solidify. That's pretty much it, actually. We have the solidify here. Didn't really change the visuals too much. Excuse me. Okay. Let's apply the solidify. Okay, so we deleted that. Do we have this a subdivision on the eyebrow still? I don't think so. Low poly. Do. Do I want to subdivide here? That did increase our vertex count. So I put the solidify before the subdivision instead of afterwards. There's another edge that it will create when it subdivides. Okay, looks good. So we want to cut this open. That'll give us two sections. Hate the fucking island selection. Really poorly done, in my opinion. Okay. Now this should be the bottom. Okay. Goofy. So here's our UV map for the scale. Now when we look at the packed one, we can see space them out super nicely. A little bit of overlap there. That's our subdivision. Can we change that by... Perfect. No UV smoothing at all. That gives us really even spacing. Good. Basically want to do the same thing right here. That'd be on this scale. So swapping them, what we do first is copy this to selected, remove it from here. Now we have this tile, which will, just like the other one, apply. Grab that center edge, 0.6 SX0. Boom. Looks like we lost a little bit of that sharpness, so let's bring that back. Grab the edge. Seam. And unwrap. Okay. Grab both these edges. Boom, boom. 6, scale that down. Okay, so now we've got our double-sided here. Act into this setup. God, I fucking love geometry nodes. Not having to redo that. Beautiful. But let's switch this to none. Should give us... Maybe I'll leave it on that one. Okay. So now we should be able to test again. Let's undo this. We're gonna open up both the high and low poly body. Make sure the bake is removed. Oh, sorry, for the bake. You know what I mean. Import all collections. Save. Go to Painter. Refresh. Mode. Bake. Bake. Ooh, that looks good. All right. That came out very well. Look at that. Fantastic. Cool. I should have. Oh, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Need to adjust the eyeball, get rid of the texture on the eye. So, I understand why I can't see the subdivision anymore. Let's click this. Let's do display wire. That way we can see the center of the eye. Let's hide this really quick. Main issue is actually the upper eyelid. Cool. Bring back that. Let's pop open the curve or the eyebrow and move it over, maybe up a little ways. Scale it in. You can do some Alt S. Oop. This will probably look a little broken. See how fast that edit was? Why? Did all that setup. I think I will bring out the eye just a little bit too and shrink it. Maybe not. I feel like that'll be a bigger change than pushing the eyelid around. Instead, we'll continue playing around with this a little. It doesn't start feeling too extreme. Closer. I don't know why the eye's collapsing so bad. Just too much. That looks pretty good. One more bake. Just cleaning up all this junk. Though it looks like the eyebrows are messed up. That's. Don't think that's anything other than this automatic. What? Fine. Did I only export the high poly? That's probably what it is. That's what it was. Beautiful. Okay. I think we're in a super good spot. There's a few other items I'd like to create. Excuse me. So in the low poly, Um, I really don't understand why I can't visualize it as a subdivided mesh anymore. For some reason, it really just does not want to do that. Oh, okay, it's the bevel. I figured it out. All right, so we have this selection here, and we'll call that mask ear, inner ear. Sign. Okay, save. Go to the high poly. We'll take the body, duplicate it. We'll add mask. And we'll put in mask inner. Cool. So now we've isolated this section. Looks like we need to refine it a little. Do something like this. And then support. Oh, I see. It was picking up the other side. We can solidify the other way, like so. Do a store vertex color. Do the horns also have a gradient. We'll have to make sure to add that. Is that red? What color is that? It is. Pinkish. I'm gonna have someone double check the colors for me. It is dark on the tip of the horn as well. Let's change the name. This one will be body high, inner ear. Beautiful. Man, I need a faster computer. All right. Beautiful. So for the horn, I think we'll need a lighter color at the base and a darker color. I'm not going to do that with vertex colors. Good. Yeah, both this one and this one require vertex color. I'm going to do it. Okay. So we'll go back here, File, Geonode Master. I'm going to make a new collection. We'll call this Mix and store vertex colors via position. Here we'll make a plane, subdivide it a bunch, then add color, copy the name, mix and store vertex colors. So we already have this node. But what we need is the statistic known as position. And we need the min and max. And we'll map range. Do a switch as well for float. X, Y, X, Y, and this is the min, it's the max. I really don't like the auto selection a lot of the time. We'll move this one up to the very tippy top. Is there a hotkey to like drop without overwriting? Because that'd be nice. Okay. That'll be our factor. Make this white, make this black. Okay. And then we'll add input. Switch to attribute color. Beautiful. Awesome. Then input again. Mark as asset, save. Going back here. So mix and store vertex colors based on position. And we're adding that to the wrong object. We would like to do that to the low poly. We want to do it before the curve. We want it to be Y. And then, goodness, suppose I will also want to be able to adjust the factor here. Turn on reference. So for the base of this color, boom, the tip of that color, and black's pretty close, but it's not fully black. Very, very dark gray. All right, save. Back to here. I don't know if we can put color ramps here. That'd be awesome. Okay. Then we will simply the min and max. That will allow us to level manually. Pretty close. Okay, and then take this one, copy to selected. Just make sure that this is before curve. All right, that sure keeps it simple. Then I don't have to update anything in Substance. It's all derived from the file, which I love. I love that. Should only need to rebake the ID here. I really could have done that with the vertex colors. I think next time I will try to also... Well, shit, I might do it right now. It would be nice to be able to put that, to have the vertex colors also be directly on the base body mesh. If I was going to be making this for like a AAA client, I think I would, because then you would want level of details, but VRChat doesn't take advantage of a level of detail system in their avatars, so be kind of moot. Moot. Okay, we can do a little bit more with these horns too. Get some darker colors in these crevices, a little bit of variation on the roughness. All right, so let's look at the horns here. We'll drop in a curve AO right here. Switch it to base color. Let's just do the curvature at the moment. That's kind of what I was hoping for, something like that. So we can use that to get rid of some of the glossiness, so it's not catching the light evenly. Also going to switch this to linear dodge, so we're doing a maximum here. Lower this a little. Okay, lower this one a little. There. Looks nice. Let's also give it a touch of ambient occlusion. Actually, blur. Not seeing too much of a difference with these ones. But again, I will add that ambient occlusion in. Save. Copy. Cool. Do another template flatten here. So we'll use a noise for that one. And let's do just metallic. Just that balance. Contrast. Tile it a few times. Do like 8 times. 20 times. A little too grungy. I would love some like spots basically. Right about there. Let's invert it too. And we'll get rid of the metallic, just do roughness. Then switch to roughness here. Just gonna lower that effect so we just get just a little bit of speckle. Cool. I think that gives it a touch of tangibility. Could actually make it even darker here. I don't think we will though. Okay, what next? Looking at the body one more time, the body reference. There's a good amount of shadowing on the musculature. And it's even greener on the highlights. So why don't we focus on the highlights a little bit and try to pop out some of the details with some like nice green. We'll do a curve above the base. We'll go into the curve settings. There's no blur, but we're still getting that. I'm going to invert it. So now we're focused on the highlights. Let's adjust our balance. Let's add a filter. 3D blur. Do Gaussian. Something like that. Then edit, sample this color, put it back on, and set it to overlay for linear dodge. Just up that. Maybe that's just a saturation. Both. Okay, that's not too much, hopefully. And then we do want to make sure it's only on the body. Let's create a mask. Put flat. Say body. And on here we'll add a color selection and sample green. It should only appear on the green. We just need to make sure this is also linear dodge. Oh. Get a little more saturation. Save. Meh. It's two already. Sorry, three. I think we'll definitely want the pupil bigger. So let's go in here, up here. Excuse me. Alrighty. I make this speckle a little bit smaller. Let's try some different lighting. It's usually my favorite one. Cool. It's good. Nice and crisp. Definitely think we'll want a little bit of texture on here. Right now it looks like metal. I don't think that's what client will want. I don't know. It does definitely looks metallic here too. It's nice and smooth. I think maybe a matte cap texture on it would give enough visual variation. It's just kind of, it's so smooth. So smooth. So let's go here. I'm going to start on some additional masks now. So I'll make a new mask. This will be user 1. We'll enable. Let's just do the full first set of masks. There. Go to the base. Just add a color selection. You know what? I get rid of that. Let's use that anchor point plate scale. Wanting me to sample things. Beautiful. Just like the slightest. You know what? I will put that. That's plate shadow. Plate scales is here. We'll add filter. Now we get it, and it's propagated to all the other layers that are using that. Then we'll also do another filter, bevel. Go see the middle. I hate that. Just a slight blur to soften it even more on the sides. Perfect. Oh, we'll also do a generator, ambient occlusion, set that to multiply. Yeah. Put that with blur. Yeah. Save. Export. Okay, no visual difference here. What will be different on the material, we can enable, because our hacked texture is already applied. We can just go straight to adding a matte cap texture. Search some. Let's do something like that. And then global mask 1G. Then we can take down replace. Instead, we'll use supply and add. The little leaves or something, whatever's in that, that's on the cube maps. Let's try double-sided. Maybe we can do a different one. Let's try. Uh, I can blur it. The lighting here is a little too strong for me to actually properly tell what's going on. Load, please. Okay, I think I like that. We're definitely going to have some sort of matte cap on here, no matter what. There we go. It'll just give us a nice secondary layer of reflections. Swap it more times. Cool. I think that looks pretty nice. You could even add it to the claws. You know what? Let's make an anchor point here. I gotta get going soon. Hell yeah. That looks good. Noise. Nice to have a little bit more roughness variation on the body. I think that overlay layer I was creating on the body here had a little bit of roughness too. Yeah. Even that was boom. Feels good. Get a little bit more metallic too. A little too shiny. And you know, let's get rid of metallic. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Sorry, just thinking right now. I'm pretty pleased with this. Let's get the skin texture out of the eyeball. I'm gonna add a little bit of glow to the decal. And do a little bit of depth for that as well. Awesome. Love when the avatar starts coming together and you're like, yeah, that looks like something. I need to do what we can to diminish that crease there. Problem with creases is that you can't take them away. If you add a crease, then it's there, and it's there forever. wish this crease in the middle was a little bit sharper. And it's actually pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. I gotta get going. ZXC Voitil, thanks for coming by. Ubaid, Gabar, Pablo, anyone else that is lurking out there, thank you all for hanging out. I'm gonna get going. I will not, or actually, I guess I will be working tomorrow. It is New Year's Eve, but I'll still have the day, so I'll see you then. Yeah, have a good one, and thanks for hanging out. Bye, everyone. Bye.